very long time, but recently the project has been picked back up and the developers are working on it again, and they had the game pretty far along back in the day, they just never released more than a one-zone demo, and they are currently working on a revamped version of Sonic XG that they intend to complete, but for now they have released Sonic XG Classic, which is taking the nearly complete original version of Sonic XG and kind of making it somewhat finished, but not 100% there. But there is basically a full game here. It's a bit rough around the edges, and it has some bugs, and being an older Sonic fan game, it's not nearly as refined as more contemporary Sonic fan games, but still, I think it's a pretty fun game, and I think it's particularly noteworthy because of its inclusion of the Egg Garden Zone from Retro Sonic, just from a fan game history perspective, so there you go. Sonic XG, give it a try, or maybe just keep an eye on it and wait for that revamped version to come out. By the way, I'm going to have links to all the Sonic fan games that I'm going to be recommending here in the description. Keeping with the Mania history lesson, why don't we now move on to a ROM hack that many people are familiar with, Sonic Mega Mix. This is a Sonic 1 ROM hack that Simon from Headcanon had a significant hand in the development of. And this was a super ambitious ROM hack that was doing a ton of stuff. It had 5 playable characters, all with very expanded movesets and a bunch of things that they could do that they normally can't do in the classic games, like Sonic had the homing attack, air dash, lightspeed dash. And the project did get pretty far along, but unfortunately it was never finished. However, a really cool other project that is currently in development is Sonic Mega Mix Mania, which is a different fan project made by a different group that are trying to remake Sonic Mega Mix inside Sonic Mania, and are endeavoring to finally complete the project. And isn't that so nice? It all comes full circle that Simon was working on this fan game, it never got finished, but he went on to make Sonic Mania, and now other fans are going to try to finish his project for him inside of the official Sonic game that he helped to make. Very cool little story there. And so far, they're making pretty good progress. They have all the characters in there with their Mega Mix movesets, and they're also going to have Amy as a playable character. And my god, just look at the art of the project. It is insanely gorgeous. And the people working on this project are very prominent people in the Sonic modding scene that have been doing a lot of cool stuff for a very long time, so I have some pretty high confidence that we're going to see Sonic Mega Mix Mania get completed one day, and I'm very much looking forward to it. Next, I would like to highlight the games by Lake Feppard, the creator of the Spark the Electric Jester games. Before he was working on those games, he made multiple complete Sonic fan games, and Lake has been a part of the Sonic fan community for a very long time, doing a lot of cool stuff, and he has consistently put out really great work with pretty much everything he's done. Starting, of course, with the first Sonic fan game of his, Sonic Before the Sequel. And this game is particularly noteworthy because it is one of the earliest Sonic fan games to reach completion. Not the first, but one of them, and at the time, I think this was unequivocally the best Sonic fan game that existed. It is really fun, even to this day, with much more polished and advanced Sonic fan games coming out, I still really enjoy Before the Sequel. Now, it being one of the earlier Sonic fan games, one thing that you just have to accept is that the physics are not one-to-one accurate to the original Genesis games, but they do a pretty good job of approximating things. Like, generally, stuff works in the way that you feel like it should work, but just the variables are a little bit different in terms of the acceleration, the speed, the jumping. Things just feel a little bit different, but it does definitely still feel like a Sonic game, and it takes some getting used to adjust to these kinds of more primitive attempts at recreating Sonic physics, but once you get the hang of it, it feels fine. And the level design is also really good. It's got a bit of a different feel than official Sonic games. Lake definitely has his own way of doing things, but it's really great, so I've got no complaints. In fact, you really know this game is good because what I'm playing here is actually Sonic Before the Sequel Plus, which is an enhanced version of Before the Sequel that was made by a different Sonic fan because people love Lake's Sonic games so much that they've gone out of their way to make enhanced versions of them. Before the Sequel Plus does a couple of things, but most notably it adds widescreen to the game, which it did not originally have, and also the drop dash, which did not even exist at this time because this predates Sonic Mania by several years. So yeah, super cool, but even more cool than that is Sonic after the sequel, Lake's next Sonic fan game that was also completed. And this is basically everything that Before the Sequel was, but bigger and better. This game is a significant step up from Before the Sequel in pretty much every regard, including the physics. While still not one-to-one with the original games, they are much better feeling than they were in Before the Sequel. And the game overall is a blast. Again, great level design, all that kinds of awesome stuff. And I particularly want to note that Sonic After the Sequel has a kick-ass soundtrack. It is so insanely good. And one thing to note about Lake's games, not just his Sonic fan games, but also the Spark games, is that he makes his games pretty much entirely by himself. He does, like, everything besides the music, which just makes them that much more impressive, the fact that all of this is done by pretty much just one person. Though we're not done talking about Lake's games yet, though. He's got 2 more Sonic fan games that he did, Sonic Before the Sequel Aftermath and Sonic Chrono Adventure, and I'm lumping these 2 together because they are similar in that they are very different for Sonic fan games. They're not just trying to be, you know, traditional classic Sonic games like many others are. These are Sonic Metroidvanias, and again, both of these are complete, though Before the Sequel Aftermath is a very short thing, more like a proof of concept, and then Chrono Adventure is the real full realization of this idea into a game. And it's kind of cool. It's certainly an interesting idea, a Sonic Metroidvania. I would definitely like to see something like that one day, but these games in particular don't really do it for me. They feel kind of aimless, and the level design is a little weird, and I've never really gotten into these games very much. I've tried to play them both multiple times and just, I don't really like them, but they're worth checking out at least, a bit of a curio, and maybe you'll get into them, who knows. I respect trying to do something a little different. You know, so many Sonic fan games are just like traditional classic Sonic games, not really trying to do anything new, and this is certainly something new. And the way the Metroidvania elements here work is that as you play through, you get, like, different equipment things that you can give Sonic that grant him different abilities, like this laser sword that you can use to break through walls and attack enemies with, like, combat and stuff. And it's kind of interesting playing this game and seeing, like, so you have your character and you can swap between a bunch of different movesets and stuff. It's, you can see how this eventually turned into Spark the Electric Jester. As he was drifting more away from Sonic, he started to want to do his own thing. And if you haven't played them, go play the Spark the Electric Jester games. They are so freaking good. Returning now to the world of ROM hacks, and by the way, if you haven't noticed, we're sticking with 2D classic-style Sonic games for now. I'm going to kind of cluster these things together in terms of similar Sonic games are all going to be in their own section, so if you want to get to the 3D games, you can jump forward or whatever. But anyway, this is Metal Sonic Hyperdrive, a very cool total conversion ROM hack of Sonic 1 that makes it into a brand new original game starring Metal Sonic. And yeah, you can definitely tell that this is still reusing bits and pieces from Sonic 1, but in general, it does a really good job of making a new experience out of that game. And honestly, there's nothing particularly special about Metal Sonic Hyperdrive. It's not doing anything particularly new or different than what you see in a lot of Sonic fan projects. But it's good. It's really, really good. The level design here is just so great that it just feels like a Sonic game, a really good Sonic game. So if you like Sonic games, check out Metal Sonic Hyperdrive. And this game was made by a ROM hacker that goes by the username Lone Devil, and Lone Devil has actually made a number of cool Sonic ROM hacks just like this, his next one being Metal Sonic Rebooted. Yeah, this guy's a real big fan of Metal Sonic, and this game is doing a little bit more of interesting, unique stuff here. In Metal Sonic Rebooted, when you get hit, you do not lose all of your rings. You only lose, I think, like 10? And that is because in this game, you can spend rings to do special actions with Metal Sonic. You can air dash around with rings, you can do like an instantaneous peel-out move and stuff, and it's all governed by your ability to use rings. And you get something really cool if you manage to accumulate up to 200 that you're going to have to play the game for yourself to find out about. And once again, great level design. This game does a really good job of making it feel like a new experience. It's just all around great, so check this one out too. And the third Lone Devil ROM hack that I want to highlight is Sonic and Johnny, a very peculiar choice to make a game about fucking Johnny. You know, that character from Sonic Rush Adventure that literally no one cares about? Well, apparently Lone Devil likes him because he made a whole fucking game dedicated to him. And the idea behind this game, I believe, is that Sonic and Johnny are supposed to be racing. When you start the level, you can see the other character run ahead. And you have a time limit. You have to beat the level in under that time in order to win the race. So you gotta really rush through the levels as fast as you can, which is pretty cool. And once again, it's got great level design. It's really fun. It's also got some interesting stuff where there's a unique shield in this game where you're playing as Sonic that gives you the drop dash as a shield ability. And I think that's a pretty interesting idea. You can also play as Johnny, of course, though I don't really like playing as Johnny because he doesn't roll in a ball when he jumps, so he's vulnerable if you try to, like, jump into enemies. You have to jump on top of them, which I'm not in love with. And also his abilities are just not as cool. He just has a high jump he can do from the ground, and the shield grants him a double jump. Not nearly as fun or exciting as running around as Sonic, so I typically just stick with him. But still, overall, very good, very cool game. Check it out. Next up, we have Sonic the Hedgehog Classic, which is the most ungoogleable name ever, but if you type fan game in there, you'll find it. And once again, like Sonic before the sequel, this is one of the earliest Sonic fan games to see completion, and honestly, I don't really have that much to say about it. It's just a Sonic game, and it's fun, and it's good. Once again, because it's earlier, the physics aren't quite exactly what you would want them to be, but again, you get used to it, and it's perfectly good. And as it turns out, this game also has a sequel, Sonic Classic 2, which is a much more contemporary Sonic fan game, so the physics are a lot more refined. Now, I have to admit, I have not played Sonic Classic 2 to completion for myself yet, so I can't particularly say how good it is, but the first Sonic Classic was really, really good, so I have no reason to suspect that this game also isn't really, really good. And now we have Sonic Time Twisted, and I do have a little bit more to say about this one, because Sonic Time Twisted came out in 2017, the same year as Sonic Mania. So if you were in the know and you were paying attention, you got two awesome 2D classic Sonic games that year. And if you can't tell by just looking at the game and the title of it, Sonic Time Twisted takes a good amount of its influence from Sonic CD. Though not just in the visuals, also in the gameplay, though not through the core design. There's no hunting for generators or anything here. This is a more traditional 2D Sonic game, but one big feature that this game has is time travel, just like Sonic CD, though it's done very differently here. You do still have the posts that you can use to travel into the past or future, but there is only the present and the past in this game. There's only two times, and instead of having to get the sign and then go fast enough to activate and all that weird stuff, in this, all you have to do is hit the post with enough speed and you will instantly travel to the other time. And because this game doesn't have the focus on searching all over for the robot teleporters, the way time travel is used is a bit different. Like, for example, sometimes there will be parts of the level that you cannot progress in the present, so you have to travel to the past to keep going. Or you'll have levels that in one time period they're filled with water, another time period they're not, and things like that. They change up the level design as you just go through trying to get to the end. And personally, I like how things are done here much more than CD, and overall, the game is just really fun and really well designed. And also, the people behind this game, Overbound Studio, you might be familiar with them from their work on a more recent Sonic fan game that we'll get to. If you haven't noticed, I've been kind of going in a bit of a chronological release order with these games, but next up is Sonic 2 Advanced Edit. Not a great title, but the game is called that because this is a Sonic 2 ROM hack, and in my opinion, this is by far the most impressive Sonic ROM hack ever made. Because if I didn't know this was a Sonic ROM hack, I would have no reason to suspect it is. It's not like most ROM hacks where you can clearly see the original game and how it's been reworked into a new game. this just feels like a completely brand new Sonic game. It has all new zones with completely new level art for everything. It has new enemy types for every single zone. It has new bosses for every single zone, new music for everything, and it also has Amy as a playable character using her movesets from Amy in Sonic 1, 2, and 3, if you're familiar with those. Kind of an advanced-inspired moveset for her. It is crazy impressive. If I was a kid and you showed me this game and told me it was Sonic 4, I would have absolutely zero suspicion that was not the case. This doesn't feel like a Sonic ROM hack, it just feels like a Sonic game, and that is super awesome. Definitely check this one out. And now we get to the more recent stuff that's gotten a lot of buzz, though I have to admit I haven't played either of these games yet, so I can't personally say how good they are, but they've gotten a lot of attention, so clearly there's gotta be something about them that's pretty good, right? First, we have Sonic and the Fallen Star, which, my god, just look at this game. It's one of the most beautiful Sonic games I ever done seed. And I gotta say, when I look at the art design of the game, like the backgrounds and the texturing on the environment, it looks like it's very inspired by Lake Sonic games, you know, before and after the sequel. Like, there's a very similar design philosophy going on there. So I'm going to presume this game is somewhat inspired by Lake's games, which sounds good to me because his games are good, so this game's probably real good too. And of course we have Sonic Triple Trouble 16-bit. I know I said I wouldn't be talking about fan remakes in this, but this is basically a completely different game from Sonic Triple Trouble. It has completely different gameplay, completely different physics, completely different level design, completely different bosses, completely different everything. I wouldn't really consider this a remake of Sonic Triple Trouble. I would consider this a new game inspired by Sonic Triple Trouble. Regardless of what you want to call it, though, it's been getting a lot of buzz as being really, really good. Again, I haven't played it for myself yet, but I think I can trust the community on this one that this game's probably pretty freaking awesome. And this is the game I was talking about earlier that Overbound Studio had worked on. They worked together with Noah to make Sonic Triple Trouble 16-bit, so pretty cool. Before we wrap up with classic 2D Sonic games, there's two games being worked on at the moment that I particularly want to highlight. First one being Sonic Studio, which is Mario Maker, but for Sonic, because for some reason Sega is not making that moneymaker genius idea. But in classic Sonic community fashion, someone said, alright, then I'll do it myself. And in this case, that somebody would be Lapper, who is a really cool sprite artist. He also makes YouTube videos. Check out his stuff. He's a really cool dude, and you can definitely see his talent as a sprite artist coming through in Sonic Studio, because, oh my god, this is like the most beautiful Sonic game I've ever seen in my life. The sprite art is just amazing. I gotta say, these are probably my favorite sprites of Sonic I've ever seen in any game. They just look so good. None of what I'm showing you here is my footage because there's no demo for Sonic Studio or anything yet, but I'm definitely looking forward to this one whenever it comes out. Considering the amount of people that already make so many awesome Sonic fan games, if we get a level maker game like this for Sonic, there's just going to be a gigantic flood of amazing Sonic levels, I'm sure of it. And speaking of amazing sprite art, I also want to highlight Sonic Galactic. Now, at the moment, this is just a one-zone demo, but I think there's a second demo that is coming on the way relatively soon. And this game, holy shit, this game is already so fucking good. Just this one-zone demo alone, the level design in this demo is superb. It is, like, perfect Sonic level design. I could not ask for anything more. And the stuff that the team has been showing on Twitter of what else they've been working on is extremely exciting to me. It looks so goddamn good. I cannot wait for this game. I mean, fucking hell, just look at the main menu. It's like the most fucking amazing main menu I've ever seen in a Sonic game. I love it. It's beautiful. And one thing in particular that I like about this game is that they were bold enough to throw in their own original Sonic character into the game, Tunnel the Mole. And Tunnel has a really cool moveset. He has this dive he can do, and if you do it into the ground, then he'll, like, embed himself in the ground, and then from there, you can do a really big upward dash, and you can also do it diagonally, and he can also get stuck into floors and ceilings, so he's got some very interesting movement he can do. And also, if you do his dive into downward slopes, then he'll just roll along that slope, preserving the speed, which is very useful and very fun. And in general, I think Tunnel is great. He doesn't feel like a, Sonic fan OC character. Like, his design is very in line with the general character design philosophy of Sonic characters. He just feels like a Sonic character. He fits right in. I really like him. Really, I could go on and on forever about this game, but I think you get the point by now. This is an awesome game, and I cannot wait for it. It is the Sonic fan game that I am most looking forward to. Definitely go check it out, especially when the second demo comes out. So that's it for traditional 2D classic Sonic games, but that doesn't mean we're done with 2D Sonic games just yet. It's just that these next ones are a little bit different. First up, I want to talk about Ball Deluxe. Deluxe, previously known as Sonic Ball, and this is kind of like a reimagining of Mario 1 and the Lost Levels, but also there's a bunch of Sonic stuff in the game. It's a little bit weird, but it's really, really fun. It's got very similar level design to the original Mario 1 and Lost Levels, but a lot of the levels have been expanded out, and there's a lot of new stuff, a lot of new areas, there's like collectibles and things like that. And getting to play through a Mario-type game as Sonic just makes me realize how much better Sonic is than Mario, because this is literally the most fun I've ever had playing Mario 1 or the Lost Levels. And this game has a bunch of cool features, multiple skins for every character, lots of playable characters in general, lots of different music that you can use, and it has a huge modding scene where there are people making custom levels and custom characters with custom movesets and lots of cool stuff, so definitely you want to check this one out. It is really awesome. And we also have SMS Remake 3 by the same people, obviously, that made the first two Sonic SMS remakes. And with each of the SMS remakes, they have been getting further and further away from the original 8-bit Sonic games that they're based on, and the third one is definitely the most different, because first of all, this is not a remake of Sonic Chaos. This is actually a remake of both Sonic Chaos and Triple Trouble kind of fused into one game. But at this point, they're really just doing their own thing, because the level design is completely different. Like, this is just an entirely different game at this point. But it's really cool and really fun, and what they're going for this time around is you play on teams of 3 characters that you can swap between, and each character has different abilities, and that's really cool. So definitely looking forward to this one, considering that this team had already previously made 2 awesome Sonic fan games. I'm sure they'll make a third. And the final 2D Sonic game I want to cover is actually a 2D boost game, which is pretty rare. This is Sonic Dimensions. And while 2D boost game might make you think of the Rush games, this is actually taking more of its influence from things like Unleashed and Generations in terms of the moveset and the way the game plays. And there's really not much to say about it. If you like boost games, you'll like this. It's a fun boost game. It's not complete right now. There's like, I think, 9 playable levels. And for a long time, this project was just left unfinished and the developer was done with it, but just recently, they've picked development back up and they are hoping to finish the game one day. So, definitely one to keep an eye on. It's very cool. And now, finally, it is time to enter the third dimension, and we're starting to get to a point where there are quite a number of 3D Sonic fan games out there. And a lot of them are very, very cool. First, I'm going to start with kind of your adventure-ish Sonic fan games, beginning with this one, Sonic World DX. This is a Sonic fan game that's been around for a very long time, and because of that, it has a lot of stuff to it. Lots of levels, lots of playable characters, and very intricate and complex movesets for the characters. There's a lot of stuff you can do, and it's really fun to play. It's a little bit janky here and there, but honestly, that kind of just makes it feel more authentic to that adventure-style Sonic gameplay, in my opinion. And the levels in this game are pretty cool. You have levels that are kind of like expanded remakes of existing Sonic levels from official games. You have levels that use the same theming as official Sonic games, but have totally different level design. And then you also have completely original levels, so you get a good spread of a lot of cool stuff. So yeah, really cool. And this is another game that has a huge modding scene, tons of custom characters, custom levels. You could play Sonic World DX for the rest of your fucking life, and you'll never run out of stuff to play, I swear. Next, we have Sonic Battle R, which is a particularly interesting and cool Sonic fan game to me, because what Sonic Battle R is an online Sonic racing game, and it has levels from, like, every single 3D Sonic game ever. It's got levels from Sonic Adventure, from Shadow the Hedgehog, from Sonic R, from Secret Rings, from frickin' everything, and for the most part, the level design is faithful to how it was in each of those original games. So it's kind of cool to have all these different levels from all these different Sonic games now all under one unified game engine and system and physics system. So now you can have it in this kind of context where you can play it as a racing game, and everybody can compete to see who's the best, you know? I think for experienced Sonic fans who have played a lot of the games and know them very well, this would be a very cool thing to load up and play some rounds in. And who knows, maybe one day I'll do some community nights in this game and we can all play together or something. But be warned if I end up doing that, because I know every single Sonic level in like every single 3D Sonic game almost perfectly, so I'm not gonna go easy on you. Now, this game is really cool. One of my most anticipated Sonic fan games, Sonic Venture. And this is very different than any other Sonic fan game because this is not a PC game. This is technically exclusive to PlayStation platforms because this game is made in Dreams. And considering that, this is one of the most impressive Sonic fan games I have ever seen in my life. I feel like I don't even have to say anything. Just look at this game. Look at how fun this looks. And I can definitely say after playing it, it is exactly as fun as it seems like. It's got these huge, sprawling levels that have tons of different routes, and they're very freeform and open, and the moveset and the physics feel really good, and there's lots of different ways you can get around the environment, and I mean, it's just so good. It's so much fun. And it's got multiple playable characters with different abilities, and it even has multiple different gameplay styles. It has treasure hunting characters and mech characters with their own gameplay and their own levels. It also has a hub world that's like a kind of Sonic Adventure type thing, but it's got like little platforming challenges to get to all the levels and stuff. And it's just the coolest fucking thing ever. I cannot wait for this game. It is so awesome. The only thing is that I think the game is targeting PS5, which I do not have. I only have a PS4 Pro. That's what I'm playing on in this footage. And because of that, the performance can get pretty choppy pretty frequently. So for the best experience, you're going to want to play this on a PS5, which honestly, I might have to pick up a PS5 just to get the best experience possible out of this when it's finally finished. And that's it when it comes to adventure-style games. But when we're talking about 3D Sonic fan games, I absolutely must talk about Sonic Utopia, of course. And a funny little story about Sonic Utopia. Many people have asked me many times what my ideal 3D Sonic game would be like. And of course, I've thought about that sort of thing, but I had thought about that quite a while ago before I ever saw Sonic Utopia. And then I saw Sonic Utopia, and I was stunned at how insanely close it was to my idea of what I would want a 3D Sonic game to be like. Because this is it. This is that classic 2D Sonic physics-based gameplay finally translated into 3D really, really well. If you've watched my first video on Sonic Adventure, I spent a significant amount of that video pointing out how that game fails to recreate the 2D Sonic gameplay in 3D on many fronts, how a lot of the aspects of the physics just do not work correctly, and pretty much every single one of the things that I point out in that game that it does not manage to do, this game does. This game has almost everything exactly as it should be. I also think this game has a better implementation of the homing attack than literally every single official Sonic game ever.
Pop Meet Berubah! Baru Pop Me Lover Time!
And it's freaking glorious. Unfortunately, Utopia is just this one level demo, but it's a big-ass level, and it's so much fun that I have just run around in this level for hours and hours and hours, and I've had a great time doing it. And if we ever one day see a finished version of Sonic Utopia, I will be hyped as fuck. It's not perfect. There's a couple of things that I think could be done better, but this is also a demo from many, many years ago. Who knows what the state of the project is right now? It might be much better than it currently is, but even what's here already, I think, is spectacular. The only unfortunate thing about Sonic Utopia is that as of now, it's still just that one level demo, and I really want to play a full 3D Sonic game that plays like this. But thankfully, since Sonic Utopia, there have been more Sonic games cropping up with this physics emphasis. For example, Sonic GT. This is one of my favorite Sonic fan games because it's basically that same kind of physics-based 3D Sonic gameplay that you get in Utopia, but now in a completed game. Though when I say completed, don't expect a several hours long game here. There's only 4 levels here, but those 4 levels are extremely fun and extremely replayable, and I've played this game a bunch. It is so goddamn good. And this game is made in the Bumper engine, which is a framework for making Sonic fan games, and as it turns out, there's another 3D Sonic game that uses the Bumper engine called Sonic Encore. And this game isn't quite finished, but it's almost there, and it has quite a bit of content in it. It has many, many zones, 2 acts per zone, multiple playable characters with different moves and stuff. And the deal with Sonic Encore is that it is kind of 3D versions of levels from various previous classic Sonic games, but not trying to recreate the level design, just kind of revisiting those zones in a new 3D environment. And I mean, for one, it's very nice looking, but for two, it's super duper fun, got lots of levels to play, it's great. Check out Sonic Encore, I fucking love it. Of course, when you're talking about Sonic fan games, you absolutely have to talk about Sonic Robo Blast 2. This is the Sonic fan game. If you were only going to play one fan game out of everything that I've mentioned in this video, it must be Sonic Robo Blast 2. This is an incredible game made in a heavily modified version of the Doom engine. This is also one of the oldest Sonic fan games around. Sonic Robo Blast 2 has existed in some form since, I think, 1996. This game has been in development forever, and it has had many different versions that have completely overhauled it into the incredible game that we have today, Sonic Robo Blast version 2.2. And honestly, I don't even know what to say about this game. It's just fucking incredible. This is one of the best Sonic games ever made, in my opinion, official or otherwise. It's got tons of content, multiple hours worth of zones and levels and stuff, multiple playable characters with different movesets, and this game has a colossal modding scene once again. Tons of custom characters and custom levels, and it just goes on and on and on. Sonic Robo Blast 2 is like its own universe of stuff going on, and it's amazing. Seriously, if you have not played this game, go play it right now. You absolutely owe it to yourself. And in fact, Sonic Robo Blast 2 is so big that it has fan games made out of itself. For example, SRB2 Kart, which is a really cool kart racing game built out of Sonic Robo Blast 2. And SRB2 Kart is really fun. To be honest, I haven't played it very much, so I'm really bad at it, but I played it once with some friends, and we had a ton of fun with it. It's got a whole bunch of tracks, fun gameplay, and again, modding scene is there, tons of custom tracks and characters and blah blah blah. Really awesome project, definitely worth checking out. And while we're on kind of spin-offier Sonic fan games, the final game that I want to highlight is Sonic Smackdown, which is a Sonic fighting game. And it is pretty cool getting a Sonic fighting game in a more traditional fighting style. And this game has tons of playable characters, and lots of skins for all the characters, and a lot of references in the skins and stuff. And I am one of the rare few people that is both a die-hard Sonic fan, but also a fighting game fan, so I can actually appreciate this game from all aspects. And the gameplay is pretty cool. It's very heavily inspired by Marvel vs. Capcom. I haven't sunk my teeth into the game too much, but it definitely seems like there is some legit stuff here. I imagine at a high level this game is probably completely busted, but whatever, it's just a fan game for fun, who really cares? What matters is that the game is very cool, and a lot of characters are based on other typical fighting game characters, where they've kind of like implanted fighting game movesets onto the characters, and a lot of the moves that the characters do are very appropriate for them. They're moves taken from various previous Sonic games or stuff. Or in the case of Mecha Sonic here, he's basically a giant reference to Super Mario Bros. Z, which is pretty sick. So if you're into Sonic and you're a fighting game fan, definitely check this game out. It's probably the best Sonic fighting game that's ever been made. And with that, we are done. 30 awesome Sonic fan games. Technically 31 if you count Retro Sonic, but whatever, 30 sounds nicer. Like I said at the beginning of the video, this is not every cool Sonic fan game out there. It's not even every cool complete Sonic fan game out there. There's just so many. And who knows, maybe in the future I'll talk about those as well. But for now, definitely go check out these games. They're all really, really cool. Links in the description to everything. Go play some Sonic fan games. If you haven't played them, you are seriously missing out. Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed. If you did and you'd like to support the channel, there's links to my Patreon. There's a lot of Sonic fan games out there, but one particular breed of fan game that I want to talk about in this video is, of course, fan games that are remakes of official Sonic games. There are actually quite a number of them. So many, in fact, that I'm not going to be able to talk about every single one that exists in this video because it's just way too much. So for this video, I'm going to be focusing on Sonic fan games that are so good that they can kind of almost act as replacements for the original games. There's actually quite a number of fan games that are just that high quality. That said, what I'm playing right here, Sonic 2 HD, actually isn't one of those fan games, but I still want to talk about it anyway, as it is particularly significant, especially from a historical standpoint. If you haven't figured it out already, Sonic 2 HD is a remake of Sonic 2 with extremely high-quality HD hand-drawn animation for everything. And it looks absolutely wonderful. Like, clearly what they're aiming for here is the artwork from Sonic 2 and how that looked. Like, as if what they could have done with Sonic 2 back in the day, if they didn't have hardware limitations, it's like this is what they would have wanted the game to look like, which I absolutely love, and the team behind the game totally nailed it. The look is fantastic, the art's awesome, the animation is great. It is all around super duper cool.
Rain or shine, hot or cold, strengthen your immune system with 1000 milligrams of vitamin C so you don't fall sick easily. Drink UC 1000 vitamin daily. Healthy inside, fresh outside.
As of right now, Sonic 2 HD is far from completed. It only has 3 of its zones done so far. And to my knowledge, the team hasn't really posted an update on the project in quite a while, so I don't know what the status of this project is, if it's in limbo, if it was canceled, or what. But to be honest, I'm not really holding that much of my breath for Sonic 2 HD, not because it's a bad project, not at all by any means, but nowadays, now that we have the Sonic 2 mobile decompilation and things like Sonic 2 Absolute, we pretty much already have like a perfect version of Sonic 2. While the HD artwork and animation here is awesome, I would honestly rather have all the nice gameplay improvements and features that come in that version of the game. For example, the physics of Sonic 2 HD are not exactly 100% on the money. There's a couple of things that behave in ways that they shouldn't. Not to mention that something like Sonic 2 Absolute has a ton of extra cool features and, of course, mod support and all kinds of stuff like that, so it's going to be very hard for this to ever really compete with that as a kind of feature-rich way to play Sonic 2 if it ever does get completed. Still, though, very, very cool project, and the real reason I wanted to highlight it is because of the people that worked on it, as the original team behind Sonic 2 HD are some of the people that eventually went on to work on Sonic Mania. That includes T-Lopes, who did the music for Sonic 2 HD, who also, of course, went on to work on Mania and many other Sonic projects. So yeah, Sonic 2 HD, very, very cool, but moving on to the next game, now we have Sonic SMS Remake, which is, as you can guess by the title, a remake of Sonic 1 for the Sega Master System. And let me tell you, this was a great choice of a game to get a remake, because the original 8-bit Sonic games have a lot of technical problems with the fact that they were on Master System and Game Gear. They really, really pushed the hardware often way too much, which would result in the games running very choppily and very poorly with all kinds of slowdown and frame drops and so many issues all over the place. But of course now a remake like this doesn't have any problems like that. The game can run in widescreen at a consistent frame rate, no problems or anything like that. On top of that, those original 8-bit games had some pretty whack physics, and while the SMS remake here is still not one-to-one of what you would get from like a Genesis Sonic game, they are definitely considerably improved. And this is a completed game. You can play the entirety of the 8-bit Sonic 1 with the SMS remake, which is awesome. However, I would personally not consider this a replacement for the original game, as Sonic SMS Remake makes numerous changes to the game. A lot of them are pretty harmless and generally cool stuff, like adding extra playable characters, Tails, Knuckles, Mighty Ray, as well as adding the spin dash and drop dash and stuff like that in the game, and that's all super awesome. But additionally, it also makes some more significant changes to the game that actually kind of remove the original experience in some ways, such as altering the level design, sometimes quite considerably in some circumstances. Additionally, the Chaos Emeralds have been moved from hidden in the normal levels to now you find them in the special stages, and there's just lots and lots of changes like that. Extra power-ups have been added to the game, and sometimes there have even been entirely new stages or new zones added, which is super duper cool, but at that point you are essentially playing a different game. That said, the entirety of the original 8-bit Sonic game is here, even if altered, so you can play something very, very similar to it and still get a very satisfactory experience. But if you are a fan of the original game and the specifics of how it works and its exact level design, this isn't going to exactly constitute a replacement for that. However, I think it is on its own a fantastic game, and a really well done remake, and I would absolutely say that it is superior to the original game. Like I said, I wouldn't consider this a replacement, but I would happily recommend this in addition to playing the original 8-bit Sonic 1, but if you were only gonna play one of these two games, then I absolutely think the SMS remake is the way to go. With all of its extra features and improved physics and fixes all over the place, like, there's no contest, this is undoubtedly the superior game. And the same is true for the second Sonic SMS remake, which is the exact same thing for Sonic 2 8-bit. However, this game is even more significantly changed than the original game is. There is a lot of really significant changes made here. First of all, you play as a pair of two characters at all times, and you can swap back and forth whenever you want to access your character's different abilities. And there are multiple different teams you can play as with different character combinations. Sonic and Tails, Knuckles and Amy, Shadow and Metal Sonic even, Mighty and Ray, and I think also you can unlock Espio and Vector as a duo as well at some point. And similarly to the first SMS remake, the Chaos Emeralds have been moved into the special stages, which I believe the original 8-bit Sonic 2 didn't even have special stages, so this game added some that are in the style of the ones from the first 8-bit Sonic game. Oh yeah, by the way, both games have also added Supersonic if you get all 7 Chaos Emeralds, and I think the second remake here also has Hypersonic available. Additionally, both games also have numerous additional modes you can play in, such as a boss rush, a time attack, an encore mode that lets you swap in between all the different playable characters. And like the first game, the second remake here also has new zones and new levels added to it, and the level design has been significantly altered to take advantage of your team dynamic now and all the new abilities with all the new characters. So, just like the first game, again, a really, really solid game and highly recommended, but definitely not as a replacement for the original 8-bit Sonic 2. This is even more different. This can almost be counted as an entirely different game at this point. Speaking of which, I'm sure many of you are expecting me to talk about the Sonic Triple Trouble 16-bit remake in this video, but actually I'm not going to, as that is not even really a remake. That is an entirely new game inspired by the original Sonic Triple Trouble, but it's so different that it really is just its own thing. It's much more a reimagining than anything, and so you're really not getting the real Triple Trouble experience by playing that, so that's its own thing. I'll talk about that another time. Next remake I want to cover is the Sonic Extreme Unity remake. That's right, a remake of an unreleased game. In fact, that's the entire reason I'm highlighting it, is because this is pretty much the only way we could play Sonic Extreme in some fashion. There are multiple remakes of Sonic Extreme out there. I'm just highlighting this one in particular as it's kind of the most polished and well-functioning one out there that kind of gives you the closest experience to what the real original Sonic Extreme might have been like. The current demo of the game has 4 levels that are all remakes of levels that we were able to see in various trailers and commercial footage of the game recreated in painstaking detail. And you know what, to be honest, actually getting to play some version of Sonic Extreme now and play through these levels, while it is pretty disorienting with the fisheye look thing, to be honest, I think the level design here isn't really that bad. I mean, after all, Hirokazu Yasuhara, the lead designer of the original Sonic games, did work on this game for level design, and you can actually kind of tell that playing the game. It kind of does feel like his level design a little bit. Just in a really fucked up, weird-ass way, but it's still a fun little curio, definitely worth checking out, I think. And now, finally, we get to the 2 big boys, probably the most prolific Sonic remakes that have ever been made by fans. However, you might be looking at this footage right here and going, Pariah, what are you talking about? This ain't a remake, this is Sonic Unleashed. Well, actually, no, it's not. This is not Sonic Unleashed. This is actually Sonic Generations, using numerous mods created by hundreds of people all working on this over the course of years and then being all brought together. Fans have managed to recreate the daytime levels of Sonic Unleashed so accurately that to an untrained eye, they probably wouldn't be able to tell the difference. This whole thing started with the Unleashed project over a decade ago, which was a mod to port all of the main daytime levels from Sonic Unleashed into Generations, and ever since then, people have been working more and more and more to modify Sonic Generations to get it closer and closer to Sonic Unleashed. And now, all this time later, we have something that is near indistinguishable from the original game, which is incredibly impressive. This just goes to show how much people love Sonic Unleashed, and people wanted to play Sonic Unleashed on PC at 60 FPS for so long, to such a degree that since Sega just refused to create a PC port for this game, fans decided to take the matter into their own hands, and now we have pretty much an unofficial port of Sonic Unleashed. Of course, it is just the daytime levels, not all the werehog and the story cutscenes and all that. But if what you want is some quality Sonic Unleashed Boost Sonic gameplay, then you can get all of that just by playing mods, as not just the main levels have been recreated, but all of the DLC packs and all the extra side levels as well have all been remade in Sonic Generations. It's absolutely awesome. And at the time of making this video, there is still more work being done, as there are some things that have not yet been recreated in Sonic Generations. For example, the QTE stuff is not currently in the game, however, there is a mod in the works to get that back in. And certain parts of the game have been altered due to the fact that certain aspects of Sonic Unleashed do not exist in Sonic Generations, and so they can't really be remade accurately, so some kind of fitting substitute is often put in their place instead, which is perfectly understandable. And you know, as awesome as this project is, I can't help but look at this and just go, you know, Sega, if you just put Sonic Unleashed on PC, then all these people wouldn't have had to spend countless hours making something like this. But I guess we got what we got. I'll certainly take it. It's a really great alternative to playing Sonic Unleashed on PC for people that can't emulate the game on Xenia or whatever stuff like that. In fact, because of the ability to mod the game much more substantially than you can Sonic Unleashed, I can easily understand someone preferring the Unleashed project over playing the actual original Sonic Unleashed. However, personally, I actually prefer to play the original game, especially now considering that the whole game is pretty much playable on Xenia without much issues. Because as awesome as all these mods are for Sonic Generations, there are still a couple of things that aren't quite exactly the way they were in Unleashed. While there are many mods out there that claim to have physics that are super duper accurate to Unleashed, after testing quite a number of them, I found that none of them are 100% spot on consistent with how the original game worked, and that actually does end up affecting how you play the game when you're taking those high-level shortcuts and doing very specific platforming maneuvers. And so because of that, it kind of alters how the game is played a little bit in a way that I don't like, so I prefer to play the original game. But if you don't have an Xbox or a PS3 and you don't want to play the game at 30 FPS, but you don't have a computer powerful enough to emulate Xenia, then this is definitely a fantastic alternative. The very fact that something like this exists is unimaginably awesome, and it just goes to show how incredible the Sonic modding community can be. And lastly, of course, you all knew this was coming, Project 06, a ground-up remake of Sonic 06 that endeavors to fix many of the original game's various problems, which it does with flying colors. There is no question that Project 06 is a vast improvement over the original game in pretty much every single way. The controls are better, the physics are better, the game is way, way more polished, ironically, considering that it's not even done yet. There's tons of customizable features and a lot of refinements to the gameplay in various ways. For one really big example, now when you jump, your speed is actually preserved into the jump, allowing you to now properly do spin dash jumps and slope jumps, which were not possible in the original Sonic 06. In addition, many bugs from the original Sonic 06 have been fixed that made various different features and mechanics of the game not work in the way that they were supposed to, on top of the fact that many new moves have also been added for almost every character. For example, Tails has been improved a lot. His flying works much better now than how it used to, and you can see how long you can keep flying for using the meter in the bottom right corner. Additionally, throwing bombs with him works a lot better now, and he also has a tail swipe attack that he can do both on the ground and in the air, which you can use to bounce off of enemies, which is pretty cool. Also worth mentioning, every single character in the game has been sped up a good amount to stop them from feeling so goddamn slow all the time, which is particularly nice for Knuckles, as he was really slow in the previous game. Additionally, his gliding has been made a lot more horizontal and have less drop-off, and his Drill Claw move actually works well now, and you can actually use it. Shadow's level up gauge now works as it was originally intended to, so now when you activate Chaos Boost, you can't just immediately go from level 1 to 2 to 3. Now you have to kill a couple more enemies to fill up that lower gauge, and then once that is filled, you are now able to go up to the next level. Additionally, the Chaos Blast has been totally fixed and made actually usable with a very cool animation reminiscent of the one from Shadow the Hedgehog. Chaos Snap is also much more functional now, and it's not gonna accidentally kill you sometimes. And then for someone like
Joy Day! Penuh kejutan di setiap lapisan. Paduan crunchy choco balls, es krim creamy, dan nikmatnya coklat lava. Beli Joy Day kemasan promo buat menangin trip ke Inggris dan ribuan hadiah lainnya.
Like Omega, they have fixed the broken problem where you can just hover infinitely with him, so that's nice. And they've also given him this new move where you can pull out the chain guns and start shooting manually at enemies, which is pretty nifty. I like that quite a bit. And while his campaign is not available yet, Silver is currently playable, and you can see that his hover has also been fixed to no longer be abusable, and his teleport dash can now be held to allow him to go much further with it. And in general, his speed has also just been increased, which is great because he was annoyingly slow before. Another noteworthy thing that this game does is it does modify the level design here and there in small instances, basically to fix skips that were previously possible in the original 06, to actually force you to play the game now, which I think is a very good improvement. And in fact, in some cases, some levels have been overhauled a little bit to be much improved. For example, this level of Tropical Jungle as Rouge, normally you could beat this level in like 20 seconds by just flying to the end, but now you have to find 3 keys in order to get access to the end of the level, and this game has even gone as far as to implement a radar in the traditional Sonic Adventure treasure hunting style, which is insanely cool. And that's kind of just like the cliff notes of how things have been improved. There is a lot of additional stuff and some surprises in the game that I'll leave for you to discover when you play it yourself, if you haven't already played this game by this point, which most Sonic fans probably have. This is the #1 most talked about Sonic fan remake out there, and for good reason. Project 06 is of such absurdly high quality, especially considering that the entire project, I believe, was made pretty much just by one person. that is beyond incredible, and there's tons of other cool stuff in this as well. Lots of nice little extra details and stuff, like restoring elements from the early E3 version of the game, as well as lots of nice little new effects and details and kind of like story-accurate things that have been done to kind of enhance the game even further. Really, I could just keep on going on and on and on about all the amazing improvements and enhancements and extra features available in Project 06. To say that this game has improved over Sonic 06 tenfold over would be a gross understatement. This has taken the worst of the adventure-style 3D Sonic games and honestly kind of made it into one of the best. With these new physics and improvements and controls and options and abilities and stuff, this game is really damn fun now. It kind of almost feels like a great blueprint for what a future Sonic Adventure game could be like. Honestly, this is one of those fan games that is so good that it's a shame it's a fan game because we can't pay the creator money for this fantastic game that he's making. Honestly, that's a pretty common thing amongst the Sonic fan game scene. Lots of really good fan games that are so good that you're like, you should have turned this into an original IP and sold it because it's that damn good. I'm sure at this point you don't need me to tell you that Project 06 is undoubtedly the definitive way to play Sonic 06. For what is there, as there is one small kind of, not really problem, but one thing about Project 06 that doesn't make it exactly ideal as a replacement for the original Sonic 06, which is that it is missing most of the game. As of right now, there are only the Sonic and Shadow levels currently playable, which just that alone is really, really impressive, and currently the developer is working on getting all of Silver's levels into the game as well, and once that comes out, we'll have a pretty full experience as far as the core main level gameplay of Sonic 06 is concerned, but there is still a lot of stuff that's going to be missing. You know, the hub worlds, the boss fights, the hard modes and extra hard DLC levels and all that stuff. I mean, while a lot of that content isn't very good, still, if you want the full Sonic 06 experience, you're not gonna get that playing Project 06. And personally, as someone that does like the DLC levels, I do find that to be a little bit unfortunate. So I'm still gonna be playing both Sonic 06 and Project 06 pretty interchangeably going forward. But again, if you're only gonna play one, then this is definitely the one to play. And that's about it. Those are the Sonic fan remakes I wanted to talk about in this video. Really, really awesome projects. Super duper cool that these have been made, and if you want to check any of these out, then I will have links to all of them in my spreadsheet in the description, where you can see links to all of my recommendations for how to play various Sonic games with various different mods and different versions available, as well as these fan-made remakes here. I'm always keeping my eyes on the fan game and modding scene, so if anything ever comes out, be it significant updates to these games or new Sonic remakes of other fan games, I'll be sure to add those to the spreadsheet as well, and probably add something like a pin comment or whatever mentioning it. Who knows, if enough of them come around, then maybe I'll just make another one of these videos down the road. But for now, that's it for me, so thank you for watching, hope you enjoyed. I'll see you next time. Okay, so I fully understand that at this point it's quite a stretch to call these mainline Sonic games, and honestly I don't really consider them mainline Sonic games. These are more of spin-offs, but I think that they're interesting enough that they warrant talking about, because they're kind of cool in their own way, and they kind of are relevant to things that will come in the future. So let's talk a little bit about Sonic 3D Blast. And of course, for Sonic 3D Blast, you want to go with the Director's Cut on Genesis, the ROM hack made by John Burton. That is technically unofficial, but he was the lead on the original game, so it's kind of like the official version, or whatever. I don't really care if it's official or not. This is definitely the best way to play Sonic 3D Blast. It comes with a level select, better controls, better ways to find where your lost flickies are, just, in general, way, way better than any other version of the game. So now the game itself, Sonic 3D Blast, how is it? Well, a lot of people are not the biggest fans of this game, and I totally understand that. But personally, I actually kind of like it. I think it's pretty fun. It's not like the greatest thing in the world, and it definitely doesn't hold up to the actual mainline Sonic games, but as its own little thing, I think it's pretty okay. I enjoy Sonic 3D Blast. So what you got here is a quote-unquote 3D platformer. I mean, it technically is 3D, but it's not actually rendering anything in 3D with polygons. It's all done with sprite art in an isometric view. And that kinda does come with some problems, because isometry is not really, like, perspective correct in how things look in 3D space, so it can kind of be hard to tell where you're standing, but shadows kinda help along with that. It actually kinda, I feel it works better to think of this game more as just a top-down game looked at from an angle, because that's kind of what it ends up feeling like. Anyway, core gameplay. So Sonic 3D Blast is a platformer, of course, but it's not like a straightforward get to the end of the level kind of thing like the mainline Sonic games is. Your goal is to get to the end of the level, but you can't just go there. Your objective is to find the 5 flickies hidden around the level, and then destroy the robots therein, free them, and then take them to some big ring that you can deposit them into. And then once you've done that 2 or 3 or maybe 4 times, then you'll clear the level. Each set of 5 flickies are grouped up into different areas of the level, so clearing the first set of 5 will unlock the next section of the level where you'll find the next 5 flickies, and so on and so forth. And I don't know, I haven't really paid that much attention to like what other people have to say about this game, but I have no issues with this kind of structure. I think it works well enough, because with an isometric game, it's really hard to do like traditional platforming challenges the way that you can in 2D, because you just don't have as strong of a grasp of where you are in 3D space and where platforms are and where enemies are. It's just a lot harder to have a proper understanding of what's going on. And that's a complaint that I hear sometimes people have with 3D platformers in general, and in real 3D platformers, I don't really ever have that problem. But certainly here, with an isometric view, it definitely can become a little bit difficult to tell where you actually are. Again, as I said, the shadows help, but you still run into trouble here and there a little bit. And so trying to make a traditional Sonic game in this kind of structure probably would not have worked out very well. So this different type of game design, where it's now almost like a series of micro collectathons that you have to do to get to the next area, I think it works pretty well for how this game had to be done. Since this was a Genesis game, real 3D was totally impossible, so I think this is a fairly good compromise, and I think it works well enough. For controls, Sonic kind of moves how you would expect him to in quote-unquote 3D. You still build up speed from a walk, and there's a little bit of momentum in your turning, like you can't just turn on a dime. You do kind of slip and slide around a little bit, because if you have a bunch of speed going in one direction, you can't just get rid of that, just like in the 2D games. So you end up kind of sliding around a little bit if you're trying to make sharp turns and stuff like that. And I think that works fairly well. That feels like kind of how Sonic should move in 3D, based on, the laws of momentum. So it can get a little bit difficult, maybe, to precisely move Sonic at high speed, but if you just be careful enough, then I don't really find it that much of a problem. It also helps that in the director's cut version of this game, the camera moves around a little bit more to give you a better view of where you're looking and where you're going, so that kind of helps, make sure that you are prepped for what's coming. And that's certainly nice, because speed in general in an isometric view is pretty hard to do, because when you're moving really fast, you don't have a lot of screen real estate to tell what the hell is coming on screen so you can do something about it. But, I mean, that's not too different from the 2D games. When you were going super duper fast in those, you couldn't really see what was going on. It's just that by the nature of the isometry, it's even slower you start to run into that problem, which is why, as I said, if you just be careful, it's relatively okay. But another thing they added in the director's cut is that if you move really, really fast, Sonic, if he runs into something that would normally hurt him, he won't take damage. He'll still bounce off of it as if he had gotten hit, but you won't actually lose any coins. So that's pretty nice. A good little improvement there to compensate for the issues of just being able to see what's going on. That's definitely an appreciated addition to this game. I think it helps. Jumping is pretty standard fare, about what you would expect in this game. Sonic has no air action, so you got no insta-shield or anything. Which is fine, you know, I would have preferred it. Definitely would have been helpful in an isometric game like this. But we don't got one. You can make do without it. It's fine. But one big thing that this game does is, just by the nature of it, it is a 2-button game, as opposed to what Sonic has been up to this point historically, just a 1-button game, because in 3D space, you can no longer just press down to get Sonic to crouch or roll, since down now moves you down. So we now have to have a button devoted to rolling and spin dashing, and so that's what we have in this game. If you're standing in place, you can hold a button, and Sonic will charge a spin dash. You don't rev it in this system, you just hold it and it charges automatically over time. It works relatively well, and if you're running along, then you can hit the button to roll into a ball. And different from the 2D games is that you can actually uncurl out of a ball while on the ground. If you just turn sharply enough, Sonic will exit the ball form on his own. Another fun property that rolling has in this game is that it interacts with walls differently than just running around does. If you run diagonally into a wall, then Sonic will slide up along the wall, but if you roll into a wall, then Sonic kinda like pinball ricochets off of it, and you can use this to get through areas relatively quickly without needing very precise movement, you know, weaving in and out through all these tight turns. You can just bounce your way to victory as long as you can get the angles right. And again, I think this is pretty fun and it works pretty well. So in terms of controls, you know, you got the issues of the isometric view inherently, but within that, you know, problem, I think Sonic controls pretty well, especially in this director's cut version, and it works well enough. And honestly, that is pretty much the whole game. Like, structure-wise, it does the typical Sonic thing. You got zones, and each zone has its own level gimmicks and hazards and stuff. At the end of the zone, you fight a boss, and they're okay-ish. Nothing too amazing, but they're fine. You collect flickies, complete levels, and you keep doing that until you finish the game. And I think it's a relatively good time. It doesn't go on for too long. It's about like an hour-long game or something like that. And I think it works well enough. It's fun. It's not amazing, it's not stupendous, it's not incredible, but it's fun. One extra note I want to add to this game is that it does have shields, like previous Sonic games has had, but it does them kinda similarly to how it's been done in the past, but it does a little bit of various different things all over the place. Kind of in a weird way, because, you know, in Sonic 1 and 2, you had the shields that just protected you from a hit. But then in Sonic 3, they added the elemental shields, which will protect you entirely from some attack types, and you get a special air action. And they kinda did all of those things, but separately. So you got the blue shield, and that'll just protect you from one hit. But then you got the red shield, the fire shield, I guess, but you don't get the air dash property of it like you do in Sonic 3. You just get the immunity to fire. And then you have the yellow shield, which doesn't give you any elemental strength, but it does give Sonic a unique air action. He can do this homing attack, where if you jump into the air, and then you hit jump again, if there's an enemy close enough, then Sonic will just automatically fly to that enemy, which is definitely very helpful for lining up your jumps on enemies, because again, isometric view, kinda hard to precisely land where you want sometimes, so that's definitely a nice little help. The only other thing to talk about is special stages, because, yep, this game has those too, and entering the special stages is relatively typical fare for what we've seen up to this point, so you get 50 coins, and somewhere hidden in every single level is Tails and Knuckles, and you just gotta go up to them with 50 coins, and then you get transported into a special stage. They're not very good. I mean, they're not, like, frustrating or annoying or super difficult like a lot of the past games have been, but they're just really, really easy. I mean, you just run forward on these bridges, and you just have to get enough coins to hit the count and avoid the spikes, and that's it. And there's just such an overwhelming abundance of coins that you can make tons of mistakes, and you'll still get it pretty much every single time. I don't think I ever failed one of these special stages in my recent playthrough, because they're just so freaking easy. So, I mean, they're slight, but they're not offensive. I guess they're fine. I mean, they definitely flow better with this game than they do with the other games, because This is not a game where you're going to be trying to rush through it as quickly as possible like the main Sonic games are. So being a bit more careful and taking it a bit slower is what I end up doing anyway. And so going for the Chaos Emeralds doesn't really feel like as much of a dedication in this game. It's just kind of something you do along the way, and it's not very intrusive or annoying, so it's fine. I would argue I actually prefer these special stages in Chaos Emerald Quest to the ones in the main games. So there. And similar to Sonic 3, once you get all the Chaos Emeralds, you get access to the final boss fight, though you don't get to be Super Sonic in the final boss. It's just a normal final boss, because in the original version of Sonic 3D Blast, there was no Super Sonic for getting all the Chaos Emeralds. But thankfully, in Director's Cut, John Burton went and added that into this version of the game, so once you get all the Chaos Emeralds, you can turn into Super Sonic. And I actually want to take this time to give a bit of an apology to Super Sonic as a mechanic, because in my previous videos, I was pretty dismissive of Super Sonic, saying that I don't like it and all that. And the reason that I said that was because, you know, as I have stated up to this point, my main interest with the Sonic games is the time attack, and I feel that the way that Super Sonic is implemented is just very inelegant for time attack. It just doesn't work very well for trying to do that kind of thing, because it kind of just gets in the way of Sonic's moveset. Like, if you're trying to do a Sonic run, then going for Super Sonic slows the game down, but then once you have Super Sonic, you kind of now break his levels, where speeding through them just doesn't really have the same feel to it. That's why I mentioned in the Sonic 3 video, I would prefer if Super Sonic or Hypersonic, whichever, was their own devoted separate character that you could time attack separately. But actually, since making those videos, I went back and I decided, let me actually give Super Sonic a fair shot, because I kind of unlocked Super Sonic and Hypersonic in those games and then just never really used it. And I decided, you know what, I'm not really happy with that, because I didn't do my due diligence and actually give that playthrough type a shot. So I went back to Sonic 1, 2, and 3 and Knuckles and did a Super/Hypersonic run through a game, where I just loaded up my completed save file. I didn't record any of this, so I don't have footage of it, but I ran through my completed save files using Supersonic or Hypersonic whenever I got the opportunity, not trying to time attack, just doing a basically vanilla run. And it's actually pretty fun to just blast through the game with a crazy overpowered character. I would not say that I prefer it to just doing a vanilla normal standard playthrough with Sonic, but it works as a good alternative optional playthrough. And I would actually even say that in that context, I kind of like the 50 coin requirement to trigger Super and Hypersonic, because it means you gotta be very careful, and, you know, me being me, sure, I can try to be careful, but I'm still gonna try to go fast, and so trying to balance speed and precision to avoid getting hits, it actually works out being pretty fun. I kinda like, you know, having to perform well enough in order to earn that payoff of getting now a super-powered character where you can just sloppily plow through the entire game, ignoring most of the stuff. And with the high jump and especially the hyper flash and increased speed that these characters have, they give you new opportunities for different routes that you can take that other characters can't take as well or as quickly as Super and Hypersonic can. So actually, they are totally valid and cool as their own playthroughs. So you know what? I completely take back what I said before about not liking Super and Hypersonic. I actually think it's pretty cool. And in the case of Sonic 3D Blast, I definitely appreciate John Burton adding it into this game, though it's a bit unfortunate that the way that he altered Director's Cut for this game is that now you can only get one Chaos Emerald per zone, meaning you don't even unlock Supersonic until you're done with the game, essentially. But that's fine, because I would recommend doing a Supersonic playthrough anyway, going back through the game and playing it all over again, now with the ability to get Supersonic. So Sonic 3D Blast! Is it as good as a real Sonic game? No, but it also really isn't anything like the real Sonic games. It has certain similarities in the momentum concepts and stuff, but the design is so different. The isometric 3D nature of the level design makes it feel very different. In so many ways, this game is just doing its own thing, that I don't really feel it's fair to compare it to the real mainline Sonic games, because it's not really a mainline Sonic game. It is its own game, and when you get over the fact that it's not like the other games, it's not bad. The next game I want to talk about is actually Sonic Jam. I'm not really too interested in talking about the compilation of 1, 2, and 3 and Knuckles on here. I've already covered those games and what I would call superior versions, but this game does have unique difficulty modes with modified level design, and that's only available in Sonic Jam, so that's kind of cool. But the main thing I want to talk about with this game is the Sonic World feature in it, because it is very, very neat, very interesting. So what Sonic World is it's basically a glorified menu. It's a little 3D hub world that you can run around with Sonic in, basically just to go to different little extra menu options, like watching special cutscenes or listening to the music and shit like that. But alongside just being a little hub area to get to different options within Sonic Jam, it actually kind of works as its own little, 3D Sonic playground. Because fun fact, this little Sonic world here is actually built off of the scrapped Saturn prototype of what would eventually become Sonic Adventure. They started development on that game for Saturn, but the Dreamcast was coming out around the time they were working on the game, so they were like, should we even bother continuing the Saturn version, or should we just start over on Dreamcast? And they decided to do that, and they took what they had and they reworked it into this little thing here. So in a way, this is kind of like getting a glimpse at the Sonic adventure that could have been, and I think that's cool and worth checking out just on its own for that reason. And I think it's pretty cool. I mean, there's not a whole lot here in terms of gameplay, because as I said, it's just a tiny little hub world, kind of a little playground. There's nothing to really do here. The only objectives to do in the Sonic world is this little, like, mint-looking platform thing. You can step on that, and then it'll give you a menu with some kind of objective and a time limit to do, and then you can run around and try to do one of those objectives and then land back on the thing, and if you do it in time, then you unlock the next objective to aim for, and that's pretty much the only thing there is to do here, and it's fun enough, kind of. It's amusing. It's, nothing amazing. I wouldn't say you have to do these challenges or anything, but it gives you some incentive to actually run around here to aim for, rather than just wandering and looking around at the Saturn graphics. Though I gotta say, I really like the look of this game. I'm a big fan of, like, the super-duper Saturn low-poly Sonic look. I really, really like it. Anyway, the challenge objectives are mainly just, like, collect a certain number of coins, hit all the checkpoints, find all the hidden things, grab onto tails, stuff like that. It's nothing too amazing, but it gives you a little bit of reason to run around here, and it's fun. I also do like how Sonic does kind of control how he should a little bit in this game. Like, he still does build up to speed, though this doesn't really have the proper momentum turning like 3D Blast does. Like, you can just spin around on a circle and a dime, but whatever, it's not a real game, so I'm not too caught up on that kind of thing. But, like, when it comes to jumping and moving forward, you do continue the momentum that you have in that direction, and so if you want to precisely land on platforms, you do kind of have to pull back, just like you do in the 2D games, in order to land precisely, because you can't just stop in the air. Your momentum will carry through, and so you have to kind of reverse it if you want to stop. So it's kind of cool to see them trying to simulate Sonic controls a little bit in 3D in this little prototype. You can see the remnants of actual platforming still baked in here. So yeah, the Sonic world, nothing too spectacular or amazing, but a fun little curio, especially if you really like the early 3D Saturn look of Sonic like I do. And once you complete all the challenges, a big ring spawns in the level, and then you can head over to it, and then you jump in, and what's this? 3D special stages? No, not really. All you get is the credits of Sonic Jam. What this is the special stages of Sonic 3D Blast on the Saturn, because they actually made different special stages for the Saturn version of that game. Which, by the way, even though the Saturn is a more powerful machine than the Genesis, I still wouldn't recommend that version just generally for playing Sonic 3D Blast, because while it does have nicer visuals and different music, the director's cut of 3D Blast on Genesis just has so many nice improvements that that's still my recommended version. But I do find these Saturn special stages to be very cool. What you got here is basically just the half-pipe special stages of Sonic 2, but now they're actually rendered in 3D, and holy shit, does that make a difference. Like, the mobile remake of Sonic 2 already improved on the special stages, but it still kind of tried to emulate how those worked to a degree, so it still had visibility issues, but here they did not try to go for that kind of thing at all. They just went for half-pipe, new version, now fully in 3D. And because of that, they are way, way better. Visibility is basically never a problem in these special stages. I have always had enough time to react to anything that comes up in these special stages, no issue. Memorization is gone. You can now actually play these. And then on top of that, them being 3D, they can add in extra cool little things, like you got springs to get to higher platforms, you got these corkscrews that you go through and stuff. It's just a very cool and very fun way to do this type of special stage. And another thing that they do that is very Sonic-y and simulating Sonic physics that's very cool in 3D is that when you're going along these half-pipes, it's not like Sonic 2 where you're just moving at a set speed. Sonic actually does react to slopes appropriately in this game. If the tube starts going up, Sonic will run a little bit slower, and if it starts going downhill, you'll run faster, and in fact, you can even roll into a ball in these special stages, and if you roll downhill, you will pick up a ton of speed. And it's just really fun to get to do these normal Sonic physics things in 3D in these type of traditional special stages. It's just really cool. So if you're a freak like me and you absolutely need to see all of the early 3D Sonic stuff that they've done, I'd say that the Saturn version of Sonic 3D Blast is well worth checking out just to do these special stages. It's just unfortunate that these cool Saturn special stages don't really have a proper cool 3D Saturn Sonic game to go with. You know, if you take these two things, Sonic World from Jam and the special stages from Saturn 3D Blast, there's just an awesome 3D Sonic game here that could have been that we just never got. It's so unfortunate. But I mean, realistically, like, we're talking about the Saturn here, they probably couldn't actually make a real 3D Sonic game on that hardware, which is probably why they didn't. Oh well, I still think these things are pretty cool. I hope you did too. I'll see you next time.
Biar ngumpul makin seru, yuk bikin masakan yang pasti diserbu. Wajib pakai kecap sedap kedelai hitam spesial.
So I know I said that this series was going to be focused on mainline Sonic games, but I decided that I want to talk about spin-offs too, so that's what I'm going to do. Though I'm not talking about every single Sonic spin-off, because quite frankly there's way too many of them, and a lot of them are not very good, and I don't care about most of them. I just want to highlight a couple specific Sonic spin-offs that I think are particularly interesting and worth talking about. So that's what I'm gonna do. In this video, I'm gonna be talking about two Sonic spin-off games, first of which is this one here, Sonic R. The version of the game that I'm playing is the old PC version that was released way back in the day, but I'm using a mod loader to help it run on a modern PC and also fix the lighting because as PC components evolved over time, it started to lose functionality for older graphic settings that old PC games used, and that kind of broke the lighting. But thankfully you can fix that. As always, I'll have links in the description for all the stuff I recommend using. So, Sonic R. What it is a racing game, kind of mixed a little bit with a 3D platformer, sort of. And I'll say right off the bat, this is not a good racing game by any means whatsoever at all. Like, first of all, there's only 5 tracks, so there's like no content in this game. And there's 10 playable characters, I'm pretty sure, but they are completely imbalanced from each other. Most of the characters are, like, unplayable if you actually want to have any chance of winning the race. The game has many, many issues. To be clear, I am not saying that this is a good game by any means. But it is a game that I kinda have a bit of a fondness for, and I do actually like it despite its many, many flaws. Though actually, for this video, I decided to give the Sonic R Improvement mod a shot and see how that does, and I actually do think it is quite a nice improvement on the game. What it does is it improves the controls and helps the balance a little bit so that all the characters are viable and actually playable. And I gotta say, I'm actually pretty impressed with it. Overall, it definitely improves the game and makes it a lot better and more fun, so I'd recommend if you're gonna play Sonic R, definitely check out this improvement mod. I think you'll have a much better time with it. One thing I gotta say that might not be immediately apparent just watching the game is that it uses tank controls, so forward makes you go forward, but left and right does not make your character walk left and right, it just makes them turn, and you also have the shoulder buttons you can use for, like, hard turning. So in effect, the game, even though the characters aren't in cars, kinda ends up feeling like you're controlling vehicles anyway, because of those types of controls. The only difference, really, is that some characters can jump. And one thing that's nice is that the characters actually do have unique abilities, like Sonic has a double jump, Tails can fly, Knuckles can glide, Eggman can shoot bombs at enemies, stuff like that. And as I said, the improvement mod actually helps balance out the characters and makes them all viable, because in the original version of the game, it was basically Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, Metal Sonic, and Metal Knuckles, and those were the only viable characters. Oh yeah, and then there's also Super Sonic, who is completely fucking busted, and nobody stands even a remote chance against him whatsoever. And that's still pretty true in the improvement mod. But whatever, who really cares? This is not a game that you even play for the racing anyway, so I don't really even think it matters that much. Though it is definitely nice to be able to play as characters like Amy or Eggman or the Egg Robo and actually have a chance of winning. Another important thing that I need to point out about this game is that while it only has 5 tracks, which is pretty fucking pitiful, they actually were designed by the lead level designer of the main 2D Sonic games. And so these tracks are actually pretty well designed. There's a lot of alternate paths on them, and a lot of opportunities for shortcuts and stuff. They definitely do kind of have that Sonic feel to them to a degree, where you can kind of learn the tracks a little bit and get through them very quickly, taking a lot of shortcuts and stuff. Is pretty okay as far as Sonic racing goes. That's the kind of thing that I would expect and want, and this game kind of has that. You also have a little bit of, like, coin management to do, because you can use coins to open up these doors to get shortcuts, and there's also these speed boosters that launch you forward depending on how many coins you have. Up to a maximum of 50, they can send you a very large distance, but if you have less, they won't send you as far, and so it's a balance of racing and trying to go fast, but also collecting coins along the way so you can take shortcuts. So it kinda sorta works a little bit. I mean, as I said, again, this is not a very good racing game, but if you want to actually learn these tracks and do them well, there is a little bit there to dig into. But the thing is, if you're just gonna race in this game, you're gonna run out of shit to do pretty quickly, because you do the 5 tracks, and then you're basically done with the game. What the real fun of Sonic R, for me at least, is unlocking everything, getting all of the collectibles, and doing all the extra stuff that's available in the game. So in addition to just trying to win a race on the track, there are also these 5 Sonic coins hidden along the track, and if you can collect all 5 in a race, then after the race is over, you will race a hidden character, and then if you can beat them, then you unlock that character, and so that's a little extra thing to go for on every race, is try to hunt down all 5 of the coins on all the different tracks. And then in addition, on some of those expensive coin doors that you can open, on some tracks you will find Chaos Emeralds. And if you collect a Chaos Emerald and win the race with it, you can't lose if you collect the Chaos Emeralds, you have to win, you get to actually keep them, and if you get all 7 Chaos Emeralds, then you unlock Super Sonic. And, quite frankly, that's it. That's all there is in terms of unlocking stuff in this game, just the 5 coins and the Chaos Emeralds, which is not a lot, but these little quests are kind of okay, especially if you're like me and you know this game like the back of your hand. Trying to do both at the same time, collecting all 5 coins and getting the Chaos Emeralds and winning the race, doing all 3 of those at once, is actually quite a fun little juggling act. Because just winning the race, that's easy. I can do that in my sleep. But winning the race while collecting all 5 coins, still doable, but you have to take a lot of slower paths. You have to go out of your way to get off the beaten path and kind of get back on track, and you'll end up falling behind, and you have to catch back up, but it's still relatively doable. Trying to collect all the Chaos Emeralds and win the race, same thing. But trying to do all of these things, collecting the coins and the Chaos Emeralds and winning,
to blow your mind. We about to leave you breathless. Call the doctors, paramedics, cause the stage on fire. I'm not talking pyrotechnic. Got the chili pepper, jalapeno, too addictive, red hot Cheetos. Wake, we move hit like wasabi. Baby monster, bring the party. Step to the beat, came ready to eat. You know we bring the flavor. Turn up the heat, they calling us beast, calling monster behavior. Hot sauce, hot sauce. Everybody wants some, but can't handle what I brought up. I'm like hot sauce, hot sauce. Everybody wants some, but can't handle what I brought up. I'm a little bit of everything, whole lot of energy. 100 miles an hour, you will never get ahead of me. Thinking it a lemonade, thinking it a remedy. Ask me how I do it, it's a secret recipe. But you never ever put a fire like this. Carrot and I rip a kind of vibe like this. Pink on a pepper, I'm stirring the pot. Get what I get, cause I got what I got. We'll do this all night, baby, we don't get tired. The kind of energy that never expires. Red, yellow, green, no, you know what I mean, yeah. About to set it on fire. Hot sauce. Everybody wants some, but can't handle what I brought 'em. I'm like hot sauce. Everybody wants some, but can't handle what I brought 'em. Hold up. Fire, go higher, wherever we are. Baby monster girls got that woof, woof, ah. Fire, go higher, wherever we are. Baby monster girls got that woof, woof.
Now you got a real challenge here, because now you need to collect enough coins to basically open every single one of these doors, and you have to take basically all of the paths on the track, which means taking much slower paths than many opportunities, and then you also have to win the race, so you have to make up for all of this lost time. And if you want to throw a little bit of extra challenge on there on top of it, this game actually does have difficulty modes that makes the AIs more competent and faster. So if you throw it on hard mode and then try to do all of this stuff in one go, you actually got a fair challenge ahead of you, and it's actually kind of fun to go for all of these things at once. Once you do that, that's pretty much it for the meat and potatoes of the game, but there is some extra stuff that you can mess around with if you want. Like there's a time attack mode, which I don't really care that much for because it's ultimately just doing the track again, only doing the fastest path, which is not that hard. But you have the option to do a reverse time attack, for example, where now you're trying to figure out how to go through the level backwards, which has totally different paths and stuff. And there's also these challenges to find these 5 hidden balloons in the level, which are sometimes hidden in some pretty devious places. So, you know, there's another thing to do. And there's this little tag mode where racing goes out the window completely, and you got a bunch of AIs that run around the track just trying to avoid you bumping into them. So you gotta, you know, it's tag. You gotta touch all the other AI characters, and once you get them all, you win. These little extra things are all very, very slight, and you can totally ignore them and you're not missing out on much, but they're something to do, and they are relatively fun. They're okay. I mean, if you do all of this stuff, ultimately the game is still like under an hour long, so there's not a whole lot here in general, but what is there if you want to dig into it a little bit is okay. It's okay. It's fun. And the soundtrack of the game is wonderfully cheesy, which I find very amusing. So that's it for Sonic R. Now we can go to the other Sonic spin-off that I want to talk about in this video, Sonic Labyrinth. And I know, Sonic Labyrinth, oh my god, this game is terrible. You're actually gonna play this? Well, here's the thing. You ready for this? Because I'm about to say it. Sonic Labyrinth is not a bad game. In fact, I think Sonic Labyrinth is pretty frickin' good. I have never seen a single person online other than speedrunners talk about how this game is actually good. Everybody just shits all over it, and I honestly think it's completely unwarranted. There is no reason to call this game bad. What I've seen is that this is a game where Sonic is slow, and people just hear that, and they play the game for 5 minutes, and they go, oh my god, this is terrible. How could you make a Sonic game that's slow? And that's basically the end of the conversation, which is crap. Like, yeah, Sonic does not run fast in this game. He is very, very slow. Who cares? It's a spin-off. It's not a mainline Sonic game. There's no rule that says that every single Sonic game on the planet needs to have you running around really fast. This is a completely different game that's doing its own thing, and it's basically just using Sonic as a branding thing, which, you know, whatever, it's maybe not the best use of the brand when the character's all about going fast to have him go slow, but quite frankly, that doesn't matter. All that matters is whether or not the game is fun, and if you can get over the fact that Sonic is slow, you'll see that the game is actually quite fun. So as you can see, Sonic Labyrinth is isometric, just like Sonic 3D Blast is, and actually, the game overall is relatively similar to Sonic 3D Blast, because the objective of the game is to get to the end of the level, but like in Sonic 3D Blast, you can't just go to the end of the level, you have to collect a number of things that are scattered around the level in order to get access to the exit. In 3D Blast, it was the 5 flickies. In this game, there are 3 keys hidden around every level. So you just gotta hunt for the 3 keys, and once you get them, you take them to the exit, and you complete the level. And you just rinse and repeat that until the game is over. The major gimmick with this game is 1, Sonic is slow, which I'll get to, and 2, you can't jump. The only thing that you can do in this game is spin dash, and it kinda does work like how it did in Sonic 3D Blast, where you hold the button and it charges over time. You can see those little arrows above Sonic telling you how much speed you're about to launch off with. Though unlike Sonic 3D Blast, spin dashing is the name of the game here. They really lean into that like pinball ricochet effect that you had in 3D Blast when you would spin into walls and you would bounce off of them. Because since Sonic is slow, you do not want to be walking around all the time because you are under a time limit. You have to find all these keys and get to the end of the level before time runs out. Which means the only way that you can get around quickly is to spin dash around everywhere, which actually works out really well. And this is kind of the focus of the game, using the spin dash to navigate quickly by bouncing around the levels. And in this game, once you start spinning, you don't have a whole lot of control over Sonic. You can steer a little bit to influence the direction of your spin slightly, but you can't fully turn around. Once you spin in a direction, you're going in that direction unless you bounce off of something. But if you just hit the spin button again, then Sonic will exit the roll, and then he'll kinda like hit the brakes and eventually come to a stop. And so the game becomes very carefully spin dashing around, controlling how much speed you go with to avoid spinning right into pits and hazards and stuff, and exiting your spin dash just at the right time so you don't end up bouncing off walls and just going backwards, and then just spin dashing in another direction, navigating these labyrinth-like levels, trying to find these keys, and then make your way to the exit. And it's really fun! And really, once you get the hang of it, people's main criticism, quote-unquote, of this game completely goes away. I mean, does this look slow to you? Because I'm going through this level pretty freaking fast, I would say. The game even follows typical Sonic structure to a degree. You got zones with their own unique quirks, and at the end of the zone, you'll fight a boss, and all the bosses in this game suck, that's all I'm gonna say. And you play through every zone, and it's a good time. And the game is very, very short. It's like 40 minutes tops, so it doesn't overstay its welcome at all. And honestly, I don't even really have much negative to say about the game. The only problems I have with the game is, 1, the power-ups kind of make the background, like, go crazy, and there's a possibility this might even give some people seizures, so this is not okay. And the only other issue I have with the game, which is kind of substantial, is that once you get later into the game, you have these doors that you can go through to get to different areas of the level, but they don't always link back to each other. Like, you can go through a door and you'll end up in an area, but then if you go back through the same door you came out of, you won't go to the same area you came from. You'll get sent to a different area, and then you can go back through the door again, and you'll get sent to another different area, which I guess adds to the maze-like level design that they're kind of going for here. But I wouldn't particularly say it makes exploring these levels any more fun or interesting. It kind of just makes it more annoying because you can't properly explore because you're just getting teleported all over the place. And it makes it very hard to build the mental map of what the level actually looks like. But other than that one complaint, I think this game is very good overall and really does not deserve all the hate it gets. And seriously, Sonic Labyrinth, if you gave that game a shot and you didn't like it, I urge you to give that game another chance and really give it a fair chance this time. Really try to play the game And just take it for what it is, because of all the Sonic games out there, you always see some defenders saying, well, I liked that Sonic game, no matter how bad or how obscure it is. But Sonic Labyrinth is one of the few Sonic games that I have never seen a single person actually defend this game. And that's messed up, man. This game is extremely underrated. And that is it for Sonic spin-offs, for this video at least. There's more that I want to talk about, but we'll get to them in due time. I'll see you next video.
Bukannya ahli mobil yang ia temui, tapi ahli bela diri. Lo jual, gua beli. Udah teringat Tommy balik cepat, curhat sama istri malah kena damprat. Mengimbuk ke aplikasi OLX Mobi, cek harga, cek kondisi mobil, cek rekening sabi. Yang ahli OLX Mobi.
Let me tell ya, I was not planning to make this video, but while doing my classic Sonic story video, I had to gather some footage, and so I had to do a couple of arcade runs of Sonic the Fighters, which I had always just dismissed because I'm an actual fighting game fan. I quite like fighting games, and I play a number of them. And just based on what I remembered from playing this game as a kid, I just assumed this was a shit fighting game, plus that's what I've always heard about it. So I haven't even really bothered to come back to this game in like 10 years or something like that. But for the story video, I needed footage, so I played through it a couple of times on arcade mode. And I can't believe I'm saying it, but I actually had a pretty good time. Single player in fighting games to me has always been like, what the fuck is the point of that? I don't give a shit. If I'm not playing against an actual human being, I do not care. But I don't know, for whatever reason, I actually managed to have a good bit of fun with Sonic the Fighters. It's certainly more surface level fun than what I normally get when I play fighting games like online with other people. But I can't deny that I had a good time while playing this game. It's fun to see all these Sonic characters that I know and love, and see them doing all these different cool animations that you don't really see anywhere else, and just interacting with each other in cool ways. It's nice to see how the devs took the characters and tried to figure out what sort of moves they would do in a fighting context. Sometimes using their innate abilities like Knuckles gliding and stuff. It's kind of fun. And some of the animations are actually pretty good and entertaining just to look at. I mean, look at Amy's win animation. Look at that little cutie patootie. How can you not love that? The music is also good, that helps, and honestly, a big help is that, unlike when I was playing this game as a kid, I actually took some time to learn the controls and the moves with the characters I was playing and figuring out how to actually kind of play the game. And, you know, there's some stuff there. I mean, I didn't really dig in a lot because I'm just playing single player, but I actually would kind of be interested in playing this game against other people and kind of learning it a little bit. There might actually be something there. I've watched tournament footage of this game, and it's kind of neat, actually. I mean, I'm pretty sure that it's like a fuck-busted, unbalanced, totally broken piece of shit. But that can be fun, too. Although, for single player, one thing that definitely needs to be said: Metal Sonic is some bullshit. This character is fucked up. I mean, it's obviously the boss character, that's why you can't play as him or anything. but holy fuck, he just cheats. Like, what the fuck? This character, this boss, is not okay. He's actually pretty not fun to fight. And another thing I've noticed about the AI in this game is that they fucking love to go for grabs. If you ever get close to the other character, the AI is gonna go for like 50 grabs. It is absolutely insane. And I don't know how to break out of grabs in this game, or if you even can. I'm not sure. I've tried grabbing at the same time as them, and that has not worked. But also, grabbing feels very inconsistent for me, whereas, like, with the AIs, they can fucking grab all the time. They can, like, cancel attacks into grabs and all kinds of shit. And I'm like, I can't even fucking get a grab to happen most of the time. What the fuck? The one thing I would say I really dislike about this game overall is the walk speed on all the characters. Everybody moves so fucking slowly. It makes it so that dashing is basically the only viable way to move. And that means that, like, doing footsies where you try to move back and forth to control spacing is very difficult with how slow everybody moves if you're not running. Another issue that I have is the side dodges, because a lot of times if an enemy starts up an attack and then you dodge to the side, their attack will just track you and turn to hit you anyway. And if you do that, like, fancy dodge where you go behind your opponent and they're like, huh? That doesn't actually mean you have frame advantage. They can still hit you first, even though you did that to catch them off guard, quote-unquote. So the dodge is very inconsistent, and I just don't really like how that works.
Nggak takut kolesterol.
Drink Benecol, plan sama buang kolesterol, makan jadi bebas po. Benecol, yeah, plan sama buang
Kolesterol out, makan lanjut.
Eat Benecol repeat.
Nama saya Mas Adem.
Namamu Mas Adem. Semoga kamu membawa kesejukan.
Beb, I told you to buy tepung sagu. Kenapa nggak tomat tahu?
Kan kamu tadi bilang beli tahu.
Tepung sagu.
Tahu.
Tepung sagu.
Dan benar saja,
Ya udah, kita bikin bakso tahu aja yuk.
dulu semua percaya saya dilahirkan buat ngademin dunia. Tapi semua berubah. Kini dunia terasa semakin panas. Udaranya, juga kondisi keuangan. Apakah aku masih pantas dipanggil Mas Adem? Untung ada AC Polytron. AC hemat listrik cuma 310 watt. Dinginnya cepat, bikin semua jadi adem. Rumah adem, dompet adem, dan nama saya masih Mas Adem.
But other than that, things are pretty cool. Like, you can do interesting stuff where, like, if you have your back to the opponent, if they, like, jumped over you, you can run forward, and then you'll run into the wall, and you'll run up the wall and jump off of it to do an attack like it's fucking wrestling or something. And if your back is to a wall, you can do things where you rocket yourself off the wall, or you can jump into the wall and then jump off of it for other airborne attacks. This is actually... Why is there, like, neat stuff going on in this game? That's fucked up. And you know what? The Death Egg 2 in this game looks cool. I mean, yeah, that's an extremely minor and irrelevant detail, but I like it. And that's pretty much all I have to say about Sonic the Fighters. Is it a great fighting game? Probably not. Is it a good game? Yeah. But is it fun? Yeah, kinda. I had a good time. So I say throw it on the list. Sonic continues to be good. But don't think we're done yet. I got one more classic Sonic game I want to talk about. A secret surprise Sonic game. One that certainly surprised me that I actually found enjoyable. Another game that I played just to capture footage for. Sega Sonic the Hedgehog. That's right. This fucking arcade game that no one's ever heard of and no one's ever played. I loaded it up real quick just to get some footage for the story video, but then I kinda wanted to just see what this game was and check it out, so I did a full playthrough of it. And I gotta say, I actually kinda thought it was a little bit neat. I mean, it's like barely anything. The entire game is like 10 minutes long, so there's not a whole lot here, but, you know, within that 10 minutes, it's kind of a neat little game. The game is isometric, which means that it has the same issues that 3D Blast and Labyrinth have, of limited visibility and stuff, and The game is actually supposed to be controlled with a trackball, which I have no access to, so I just controlled it with an analog stick, which worked perfectly fine, though I definitely would be interested to try this game with an actual trackball, because a lot of times the gameplay is just like move in one direction, which with an analog stick is like nothing, but with a trackball where you have to keep on flicking it, I could see that actually being a bit more fun. But even still, the very simple gameplay, it was entertaining enough for 10 minutes. I had a relatively good time. I don't really have a whole lot to say about the game. It's just very simple little tasks that the game asks you to do, and you just move from task to task very quickly. It has that arcade energy where you're constantly moving really quickly and constantly just changing things up. Now you're doing this, now you're doing that, now you're doing something else. And it's not bad. As far as how do you achieve a 3D multiplayer Sonic game on an arcade machine using trackballs, it kinda gets the job done. It's interesting. So I would at the very least say that if you're really into Sonic, it's worth checking out. I mean, it's only 10 minutes long. What could it possibly hurt? You might end up having a little bit of fun with it. For what it is, I would say Sega Sonic the Hedgehog is actually not bad. And now we're done. I got no more classic shit to talk about. I ain't talking about no goddamn Sonic Spinballs or any of that. The next Sonic game that I make a video on is gonna be Sonic Adventure, finally. I guess you could say this large gap of doing other videos with Sonic is somewhat appropriate, considering that from Sonic 3 and Knuckles all the way to Sonic Adventure, there was a large gap where people were just wondering,